sight of the originals the first day we could spare in London. I had never cast more than a fleeting look on them before, but now I can in some degree understand the effect they produced on their first discovery. Journal, 1855. March 25. A note from Mr. Chapman, in which he asks me to undertake part of the contemporary literature for the Westminster Review. April 18. Came to town, to lodgings in Bayswater. April 23. Fixed on lodgings at East Sheen. April 25. Went to the British Museum. April 28. Finished article on Weimar for Fraser. During this month George Eliot was finishing the translating and revising of Spinoza's Ethics and was still reading Scare's book, Schrader's German Mythology, a poor book, The Tempest, Macbeth, Nibelungen Romeo and Juliet article on Dryden in the Westminster, Reineke Fuchs' Genesis of Science Gibbon, Henry V, Henry VIII, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd parts of Henry VI, Richard II. May 2. Came to East Sheen, and settled in our lodgings. May 28. Sent Bell's Lettres section to Westminster Review. During May several articles were written for the Leader. June 13. Began Part 4 of Spinoza's Ethics. Began also to read Cumming, for article in the Westminster. We are reading in the evenings now Sydney Smith's Letters, Boswell, Wells' History of Inductive Sciences, The Odyssey, and occasionally Heine's Reisbilder. I began the second book of the Eliot in Greek, this morning. June 21. Finished article on Brougham's Lives of Men of Letters. June 23. Read Lucrezia Floriani. We are reading White's History of Selborne in the evening, with Boswell and the Odyssey. Letter to Miss Sarah Hennell, 23 June, 1855. I have good hope that you will be deeply interested in the life of Gertie. It is a book full of feeling, as well as of thought and information, and I even think will make you love Gertie as well as admire him. Eckermann's is a wonderful book, but only represents Gertie at 80. We were fortunate enough to be in time to see poor Eckermann before his total death. His mind was already half gone, but the fine brow and eyes harmonized entirely with the interest we had previously felt in him. We saw him in a small lodging, surrounded by singing birds, and tended by his son, an intelligent youth of 16, who showed some talent in drawing. I have written a castigation of Brougham for the Leader, and shall be glad if your sympathy goes along with it. Varnhagen has written Denkwürdigkeiten and all sorts of literature, and is, or rather was, the husband of Rail, the greatest of German women. Letter to Miss Sarah Hennell, the 21st of July, 1855. It was surely you who wrote the notice of the Westminster in the Herald, Coventry, which we received this morning. I am very much pleased with your appreciation of Mr. Lewis's article. You hardly do justice to Froude's article on Spinoza. I don't at all agree with Froude's own views, but I think his account of Spinoza's doctrines admirable. Mr. Lewis is still sadly ailing, tormented with tooth and face ache. This is a terrible trial to us poor scribblers, to whom health is money, as well as all other things worth having. I have just been reading that Milton suffered from indigestion, quite an affecting fact to me. I send you a letter which I have had from Barbara Smith. I think you will like to see such a manifestation of her strong, noble nature. On the 1st of August, 1855, Mr. Lewis went down to Ramsgate for change, taking his 3 boys with him for a week's holiday. Meantime George Eliot was continuing her article writing, and in this week wrote an article for the Leader, having written one for the same journal 3 weeks before. On 22 August she wrote another article for the Leader, and on the 24th she finished the one on Cumming for the Westminster. Mr. C. Lewis tells me that he remembers it was after reading this article that his father was prompted to say to George Eliot, while walking one day with her in Richmond Park, that it convinced him of the true genius in her writing. Mr. Lewis was not only an accomplished and practiced literary critic, but he was also gifted with the inborn insight accompanying a fine artistic temperament, which gave unusual weight to his judgment. Up to this time he had not been quite sure of anything beyond great talent in her productions. The first 3 weeks in September were again busily occupied in article writing. She contributed 3 papers to the Leader, as well as the Belles Lettres section for the October number of the Westminster. On the 19th of September they left East Sheen, and after spending a couple of weeks at Worthing for a sea change, they took rooms at 8 Park Shot, Richmond, which remained their home for more than 3 years. Here some of George Eliot's most memorable literary work was accomplished. Both she and Mr. Lewis were now working very hard for what would bring immediate profit, as they had to support not only themselves but his children and their mother. They had only one sitting room between them, and I remember, in a walk on St. George's Hill, near Weybridge, in 1871, she told me that the scratching of another pen used to affect her nerves to such an extent that it nearly drove her wild. On the 9th of October she finished an article on Margaret Fuller and Mary Wollstonecraft, and on the 12th of October one on Carlyle for the Leader, and began an article on Heine for the January number of the Westminster. In October there are the following letters to the Brays. Letter to Charles Bray, Monday, October 1855. Since you have found out the Cumming, I write by today's post just to say that it is mine, but also to beg that you will not mention it as such to anyone likely to transmit the information to London, as we are keeping the authorship a secret. The article appears to have produced a strong impression, and that impression would be a little counteracted if the author were known to be a woman. I have had a letter addressed to the author of article number 4 begging me to print it separately for the good of mankind in general. It is so kind of you to rejoice in anything I do at all well. I am dreadfully busy again, for I am going to write an article for the Westminster Review again, besides my other work. We enjoy our new lodgings very much, everything is the pink of order and cleanliness. Letter to Miss Sarah Hennell, the 16th of October, 1855. why you should object to Herbert Spencer speaking of Sir William Hamilton's contributions to a theory of perception as valuable I am unable to conceive. Sir William Hamilton has been of service to him as well as to others, and instead of repressing acknowledgments of merit in others, I should like them to be more freely given. I see no dignity, or anything else that is good, in ignoring one's fellow beings. Herbert Spencer's views, like every other man's views, could not have existed without the substratum laid by his predecessors. But perhaps you mean something that I fail to perceive. Your bit of theology is very fine. Here is a delicious Hibernicism in return. In a treatise on consumption, sent yesterday, the writer says, "There is now hardly any difference on this subject, at least I feel none. Our life has no incidents except such as take place in our own brains, and the occasional arrival of a longer letter than usual. Yours are always read aloud and enjoyed. Nevertheless our life is intensely occupied, and the days are far too short. We are reading Gall's Anatomie et Physiologie du Cerveau and Carpenter's Comparative Physiology aloud in the evenings, and I am trying to fix some knowledge about plexuses and ganglia in my soft brain, which generally only serves me to remember that there is something I ought to remember, and to regret that I did not put the something down in my notebook. For live and learn we should sometimes read live and grow stupid." Letter to Charles Bray, the 21st of November, 1855. You will receive by rail tomorrow a copy of the Life and Works of Goethe, published on the 1st of November, which I hope you will accept as a keepsake from me. I should have been glad to send it you earlier, but as Mr. Lewis has sold the copyright of the first edition, he has only a small number of copies at his disposal, and so I doubted whether I ought to ask for one. I think you will find much to interest you in the book. I can't tell you how I value it, as the best product of a mind which I have every day more reason to admire and love. We have had much gratification in the expression of individual opinion. The press is very favorable, but the notices are for the most part too idiotic to give us much pleasure, except in a pecuniary point of view. I am going out today, for the first time for nearly a fortnight. Letter to Miss Sarah Hennell, the 29th of November, 1855. I have just finished a long article on Heine for the Westminster Review, which none of you will like. En revanche, Mr. Lewis has written one on lions and lion hunters which you will find amusing. On the 12th of December the Belles Lettres section for the January number of the Westminster Review was finished and sent off, and the next entry in the journal is dated, Journal, 1855. The 24th of December, 1855. For the last 10 days I have done little, owing to headache and other ailments. Began the Antigone Reid von Bollen on Genesis and Swedenborg. Mr. Chapman wants me to write an article on missions and missionaries for the April number of the Westminster, but I think I shall not have it ready till the July number. In the afternoon I set out on my journey to see my sister, and arrived at her house about 8 o'clock, finding her and her children well. The 29th of December, 1855. Returned to Richmond. G. Away at Vernon Hill, Arthur Helpses, having gone thither on Wednesday, the 30th of December, 1855. Read The Shaving of Shagpat, George Meredith's. The 31st of December, 1855. Wrote a review of Shagpat. Journal, 1856. January the 1st, 1856. Read Kingsley's Greek Heroes and began a review of von Boleyn. January the 5th, 1856. G. came home. January the 6th, 1856. Began to revise Book 4 of Spinoza's Ethics and continued this work through the week, being able to work but slowly. Finished Carnissa's History of German Protestantism. The 16th of January, 1856. Received a charming letter from Barbara Smith, with a petition to Parliament that women may have a right to their earnings. Letter to Miss Sarah Hennell, the 18th of January, 1856. I believe there have been at least 1,000 copies of the Gertie sold, which is a wonderfully good sale in less than 3 months for a 30-shilling book. We have a charming collection of letters, both from remarkable acquaintances and remarkable non-acquaintances, expressing enthusiastic delight in the book. Letters all the more delightful because they are quite spontaneous, and spring from a generous wish to let the author know how highly the writers value his work. If you want some idle reading, get The Shaving of Shagpat, which, I think, you will say deserves all the praise I gave it. Journal, 1856. The 19th of February, 1856. Since the 6th of January I have been occupied with Spinoza, and, except a review of Greifswald's American poets, have done nothing else but translate the 5th book of the Ethics and revise the whole of my translation from the beginning. This evening I have finished my revision. Letter to Miss Sarah Hennell, the 19th of February, 1856. I was so glad to have a little news of you. I should like to hear much oftener, but our days are so accurately parcelled out among regular occupations that I rarely manage to do anything not included in the programme, and, without reading Mrs. Barbord on the inconsistency of human expectations, I know that receiving letters is inconsistent with not writing any. Have you seen any numbers of the Saturday Review, a new journal, on which all the talents are engaged? It is not properly a newspaper, but, what its title expresses, a political and literary review. We are delighting ourselves with Ruskin's 3rd volume, which contains some of the finest writing I have read for a long time, among recent books. I read it aloud for an hour or so after dinner, then we jump to the old dramatists, when Mr. Lewis reads to me as long as his voice will hold out. And after this we wind up the evening with Rymer Jones's Animal Kingdom, by which I get a confused knowledge of branchie, and such things, perhaps, on the whole, a little preferable to total ignorance. These are our noctus, without Sani for the present, occasionally diversified by very dramatic singing of Figaro, etc., which, I think, must alarm that good man, the clergyman who sits below us. We have been half laughing, half indignant, over Alison's new volume of his History of Europe, in which he undertakes to give an account of German literature. Letter to Miss Sarah Hennell, the 25th of February, 1856. What you tell me of Harriet Martineau interests me very much. I feel for her terrible bodily suffering, and think of her with deep respect and admiration. Whatever may have been her mistakes and weaknesses, the great and good things she has done far outweigh them, and I should be grieved if anything in her memoir should cast a momentary shadow over the agreeable image of her that the world will ultimately keep in its memory. I wish less of our piety were spent on imaginary perfect goodness, and more given to real imperfect goodness. Letter to Miss Sarah Hennell, end of February, 1856. I am very happy for you to keep the sheets, and to get signatures, for the women's petition that they should have legal right to their own earnings. Miss Barbara Smith writes that she must have them returned to her before the 1st of March. I am glad you have taken up the cause, for I do think that, with proper provisos and safeguards, the proposed law would help to raise the position and character of women. It is one round of a long ladder stretching far beyond our lives. During March, George Eliot wrote only the belles lettres section for the April number of the Westminster, having resigned the subject of missions to Harriet Martineau. She also wrote 2 articles for the Saturday Review, and 2 for the Leader. And there are the following letters in March to the Brays, in which allusion is made to their leaving the old home at Rose Hill, owing to the unsatisfactory state of the Coventry business. Letter to Charles Bray, 26th MCH 1856. We are flourishing in every way except in health. Mr. Lewis's head is still infirm, but he manages, nevertheless, to do twice as much work as other people. I am always a croaker, you know, but my ailments are of a small kind, their chief symptoms being a muddled brain, and, as my pen is not of the true literary order which will run along without the help of brains, I don't get through so much work as I should like. By the way, when the Spinoza comes out, be so good as not to mention my name in connection with it. I particularly wish not to be known as the translator of the Ethics for reasons which it would be too tedious to mention. You don't know what a severely practical person I am become, and what a sharp eye I have to the main chance. I keep the purse, and dole out sovereigns with all the pangs of a miser. In fact, if you were to feel my bump of acquisitiveness, I dare say you would find it in a state of inflammation, like the veneration of that clergyman to whom Mr. Donovan said, "Sir, you have recently been engaged in prayer." I hope you recognized your own wit about the one-eyed dissenters, which was quoted in the Leader some time ago. You always said no one did so much justice to your jokes as I did. Letter to Charles Bray, 31st MCH 1856. My mind is more rebellious than yours, and I can't help being saddened by the idea of you and Cara being in any other home than the dear old one. But I know that your cheerful courage is yet stronger in deed than in word. Will not business or pleasure bring you to London soon, and will you not come to see us? We can give you a bed, not a sumptuous one, but one which you will perhaps not find intolerable for a night. I know the trip up the Thames is charming, and we should like to do it with you, but I don't think we can manage it this summer. We are going to send or take the boys, Mr. Lewis's sons, to school in Germany at midsummer, and are at present uncertain about our arrangements. If we can send them, we shall go to the coast as soon as the warm weather comes, and remain there for 3 months. But our plans are not yet crystallized. Letter to Charles Bray, the 1st of April, 1856. After I wrote you yesterday morning, we had a letter from Germany which has made Mr. Lewis inclined to defer sending the boys thither till next year. But he is anxious to remove them from their present school, and, in the course of our consultations on the subject, we thought of Mr. John Sibrey as a person in whom we should feel confidence as to the moral influence he would exercise as a tutor. The risk of placing children with entire strangers is terrible. So I tease you with another letter to ask you if Mr. J. Sibrey continues in the same position as formerly, and if he is still anxious to obtain pupils. What a delicious day! We are going to have a holiday at the Zoological Gardens. Letter to Miss Sarah Hennell, the 7th of April, 1856. Thank you for taking the trouble to write me a full account of matters so interesting to me. I hope you will be able thoroughly to enjoy this last precious summer on the pretty lawn, where it is one of my pleasures on sunshiny days to think of you all strolling about or seated on the bearskin. We are very thankful for the Hofweil circular, and have almost decided to send the 2 eldest boys there. But it is necessary to weigh all things carefully before coming to a determination, as, not being either swindlers or philanthropists, we don't like to incur obligations which there is not a reasonable certainty of our being able to meet. I am much obliged to Mr. Bray, too, for sending Mr. John Sibrey's letter. Mr. Lewis had already received an answer from him declining his proposition, but we were interested to read his very characteristic letter to his sister, which proved to Mr. Lewis that I had given him a correct description of the man. The next few weeks are, perhaps, the most signally important and interesting of all in George Eliot's development. There are unmistakable signs of the rising of the sap of creative production. In the middle of April, Mr. Herbert Spencer, who had been abroad for some time, returned to England, and dined with them at Park Shot on the 15th, and on the 18th they went with him to Sydenham. On the 22d April George Eliot began her article on Young, and on the 29th she began to read Reel's book, 50, on which she was to write another article for the Westminster. On the 8th of May they set off for Ilfracombe, and we have the following recollections of that place, Ilfracombe, Recollections, 1856. It was a cold, unfriendly day, the 8th of May, on which we set out for Ilfracombe with our hamper of glass jars, which we meant for our seaside vivarium. We had to get down at Windsor, and were not sorry that the interval was long enough to let us walk round the castle, which I had never seen before except from a distance. The famous slopes, the avenues in the park, and the distant landscape, looked very lovely in the fresh and delicate greens of spring, and the castle is surely the most delightful royal residence in the world. We took our places from Windsor all the way to Exeter, and at Bristol, where we had to wait 3 hours, the misery of my terrible headache was mitigated by the interest we felt in seeing the grand old church of St. Mary Redcliffe, forever associated with the memory of Chatterton. It stands, the mastery of a human hand, the pride of Bristow and the Western land. It was cheering, the next morning after our arrival at Ilfracombe, to get up with a head rather less aching, and to walk up and down the little garden of Runnymede Villa in the bright sunshine. I had a great deal of work before me, the writing of an article on Reel's book, which I had not half read, as well as the article on Bell's Lettres, but my head was still dizzy, and it seemed impossible to sit down to writing at once in these new scenes, so we determined to spend the day in explorations. From our windows we had a view of the higher part of the town, and generally it looked uninteresting enough, but what is it that light cannot transfigure into beauty? One evening, after a shower, as the sun was setting over the sea behind us, some peculiar arrangement of clouds threw a delicious evening light on the irregular cluster of houses, and merged the ugliness of their forms in an exquisite flood of color, as a stupid person is made glorious by a noble deed. A perfect rainbow arched over the picture. From one end of the capstone we have an admirable bit for a picture. In the background rises old Hellesborough, jutting out far into the sea, rugged and rocky as it fronts the waves, green and accessible landward. In front of this stands Lantern Hill, a picturesque mass of green and grey, surmounted by an old bit of building that looks as if it were the habitation of some mollusk that had secreted its shell from the material of the rock, and quite in the foreground, contrasting finely in color with the rest, are some lower perpendicular rocks of dark brown tints, patched here and there with vivid green. In hilly districts, where houses and clusters of houses look so tiny against the huge limbs of Mother Earth, one cannot help thinking of man as a parasitic animal, an epizoan making his abode in the skin of the planetary organism. In a flat country, a house or a town looks imposing. There is nothing to rival it in height, and we may imagine the earth a mere pedestal for us. But when one sees a house stuck on the side of a great hill, and, still more, a number of houses, looking like a few barnacles, clustered on the side of a great rock, we begin to think of the strong family likeness between ourselves and all other building, burrowing, house appropriating, and shell secreting animals. The difference between a man with his house and a mollusk with its shell lies in the number of steps or phenomena interposed between the fact of individual existence and the completion of the building. Whatever other advantages we may have over mollusks and insects in our habitations, it is clear that their architecture has the advantage of ours in beauty, at least, considered as the architecture of the species. Look at man in the light of a shellfish, and it must be admitted that his shell is generally ugly, and it is only after a great many more steps or phenomena that he secretes here and there a wonderful shell in the shape of a temple or a palace. On our first zoophyte hunt it was characteristic of the wide difference there is between having eyes and seeing, that in this region of sea anemones, where the mesembryanthemum especially is as plenty as blackberries. We climbed about for 2 hours without seeing one anemone, and went in again with scarcely anything but a few stones and weeds to put into our jars. On our next hunt, however, after we had been out some time, G exclaimed, "I see an anemone," and we were immensely excited by the discovery of this little red mesembryanthemum, which we afterwards disdained to gather, as much as if it had been a nettle. It was a crescendo of delight when we found a strawberry, and a fortissimo when I, for the first time, saw the pale, fawn-colored tentacles of an Anthiocereus viciously waving like little serpents in a low-tide pool. But not a polyp for a long while could even G detect, after all his reading, so necessary is it for the eye to be educated by objects as well as ideas. Every day I gleaned some little bit of naturalistic experience, either through G.'s calling on me to look through the microscope, or from hunting on the rocks, and this in spite of my preoccupation with my article, which I worked at considerably a conticoya, despairing of it ever being worth anything. When at last, by the 17th of June, both my articles were dispatched, I felt delightfully at liberty, and determined to pay some attention to seaweeds, which I had never seen in such beauty as at Ilfracombe. For hitherto I had been chiefly on chalky and sandy shores, where there were no rock pools to show off the lovely colors and forms of the algae. There are tide pools to be seen almost at every other step on the shore at Ilfracombe, and I shall never forget their appearance when we first arrived there. The Corallina officinalis was then in its greatest perfection, and with its purple-pink fronds threw into relief the dark olive fronds of the laminarii on one side, and the vivid green of the ulva and enteromorpha on the other. After we had been there a few weeks the Corallina was faded, and I noticed the Mesogloia vermicularis and the M. virescens, which look very lovely in the water, from the white cilia, which make the most delicate fringe to their yellow-brown, whip-like fronds, and some of the common Polysiphoniae. These tide pools made me quite in love with seaweeds, so I took up Landspara's book and tried to get a little more light on their structure and history. Our zoological expeditions alternated with delicious inland walks. I think the country looked its best when we arrived. It was just that moment in spring when the leaves are in full leaf, but still keep their delicate varieties of coloring, and that transparency which belongs only to this season. And the furze was in all its golden glory. It was almost like the fading away of the evening red, when the furze blossoms died off from the hills, and the only contrast left was that of the marly soil with the green crops and woods. The primroses were the contemporaries of the furze, and sprinkled the sides of the hills with their pale stars almost as plentifully as daisies or buttercups elsewhere. But the great charm of all Devonshire lanes is the springs that you detect gurgling in shady recesses, covered with liverwort, with here and there waving tufts of fern and other broad-leaved plants that love obscurity and moisture. We seemed to make less of our evenings at Ilfracombe than we have ever done elsewhere. We used often to be tired with our hunting or walking, and we were reading books which did not make us take them up very eagerly. Gost's Rambles on the Devonshire coast, for example, Trench's Calderon and other volumes, taken up in a desultory way. One bit of reading we had there, however, which interested me deeply. It was Masson's Life of Chatterton, which happily linked itself with the impressions I had received from the site of the old church at Bristol. Mr. Tugwell's, the curate, acquaintance was a real acquisition to us, not only because he was a companion and helper in zoological pursuits, but because to know him was to know of another sweet nature in the world. It is always good to know, if only in passing, a charming human being. It refreshes one like flowers and woods and clear brooks. One Sunday evening we walked up to his pretty house to carry back some proofs of his, and he induced us to go in and have coffee with him. He played on his harmonium, and we chatted pleasantly. The last evening of our stay at Ilfracombe he came to see us in Mrs. Webster's drawing room, and we had music till nearly 11 o'clock. A pleasant recollection. We only twice took the walk beyond Watermouth towards Berrine Arbour. The road lies through what are called the meadows, which look like a magnificent park. A stream, fringed with wild flowers and willows, runs along the valley, 2 or 3 yards from the side of the road. This stream is clear as crystal, and about every 20 yards it falls over a little artificial precipice of stones. The long grass was waving in all the glory of June, before the mower has come to make it suffer a love change from beauties into sweet odors, and the slopes on each side of us were crowned or clothed with fine trees. The last time we went through these meadows was on our last day at Ilfracombe. Such sunlight and such deep peace on the hills and by the stream. Coming back, we rested on a gate under the trees, and a blind man came up to rest also. He told us, in his slow way, what a fine, healthy spot this was. Yes, a very healthy spot, a healthy spot. And then we went on our way, and saw his face no more. I have talked of the Ilfracombe lanes without describing them, for to describe them one ought to know the names of all the lovely wild flowers that cluster on their banks. Almost every yard of these banks is a hunt picture. A delicious crowding of mosses and delicate trefoil and wild strawberries and ferns great and small. But the crowning beauty of the lanes is the springs that gush out in little recesses by the side of the road, recesses glossy with liverwort and feathery with fern. Sometimes you have the spring when it has grown into a brook, either rushing down a miniature cataract by the lane side, or flowing gently as a braided streamlet across your path. I never before longed so much to know the names of things as during this visit to Ilfracombe. The desire is part of the tendency that is now constantly growing in me to escape from all vagueness and inaccuracy into the daylight of distinct, vivid ideas. The mere fact of naming an object tends to give definiteness to our conception of it. We have then a sign which at once calls up in our minds the distinctive qualities which mark out for us that particular object from all others. We ascended the tors only twice, for a tax of 3d. per head was demanded on this luxury, and we could not afford a sixpenny walk very frequently, yet the view is perhaps the very finest to be had at Ilfracombe. Bay behind bay, fringed with foam, and promontory behind promontory, each with its peculiar shades of purple light, the sweep of the Welsh coast faintly visible in the distance, and the endless expanse of sea, flecked with ships, stretching on our left. Ilfracombe, Recollections, June, 1856. One evening we went down to the shore through the tunnels to see the sunset. Standing in the Ladies' Cove we had before us the sharp fragments of rock jutting out of the waves and standing black against the orange and crimson sky. How lovely to look into that brilliant distance and see the ship on the horizon seeming to sail away from the cold and dim world behind it right into the golden glory. I have always that sort of feeling when I look at sunset. It always seems to me that there in the west lies a land of light and warmth and love. On the 26th of June we said goodbye to Ilfracombe. The sight of the cockle women at Swansea, where we had to wait, would make a fine subject for a painter. One of them was the grandest woman I ever saw, 6 feet high, carrying herself like a Greek warrior, and treading the earth with unconscious majesty. Her face was weather-beaten and wizened, but her eyes were bright and piercing, and the lines of her face, with its high cheekbones, strong and characteristic. The guard at the railway station told us that one of the porters had been insolent the other day to a cockle woman, and that she immediately pitched him off the platform into the road below. Letter to the Brays, the 6th of June, 1856. When we arrived here I had not even read a great book on which I had engaged to write a long article by the beginning of this month, so that between work and zoology and bodily ailments my time has been full to overflowing. We are enchanted with Ilfracombe. I really think it is the loveliest sea place I ever saw, from the combination of fine rocky coast with exquisite inland scenery. But it would not do for anyone who can't climb rocks and mount perpetual hills, for the peculiarity of this country is, that it is all hill and no valley. You have no sooner got to the foot of one hill than you begin to mount another. You would laugh to see our room decked with yellow pie dishes, a foot pan, glass jars and phials, all full of zoophytes, or mollusks, or annelids, and, still more, to see the eager interest with which we rush to our preserves in the morning to see if there has been any mortality among them in the night. We have made the acquaintance of a charming little zoological curate here, who is a delightful companion on expeditions, and is most good-natured in lending and giving apparatus and critters of all sorts. Mr. Piggott, 51, is coming here with his yacht at the end of June, and we hope then to go to Clovelly, Kingsley's Clovelly, and perhaps other places on the coast that we can't reach on foot. After this we mean to migrate to Tenby, for the sake of making acquaintance with its mollusks and medusae. Letter to Mrs. Peter Taylor, the 8th of June, 1856. I received your kind letter only yesterday, but I write a few words in answer at once, lest, as it so often happens, delay should beget delay. It is never too late to write generous words, and although circumstances are not likely to allow of our acquiring a more intimate knowledge of each other from personal intercourse, it will always be a pleasant thought to me that you have remembered me kindly, and interpreted me nobly. You are one of the minority who know how to use their imagination in the service of charity. I have suffered so much from misunderstanding created by letters, even to old friends, that I never write on private personal matters, unless it be a rigorous duty or necessity to do so. Some little phrase or allusion is misinterpreted, and on this false basis a great fabric of misconception is reared, which even explanatory conversations will not remove. Life is too precious to be spent in this weaving and unweaving of false impressions, and it is better to live quietly on under some degree of misrepresentation than to attempt to remove it by the uncertain process of letter writing. Letter to Miss Sarah Hennell, the 29th of June, 1856. Yes, indeed, I do remember old Tenby days, and had set my heart on being in the very same house again, but, alas! It had just been let. It is immensely smartened up, like the place generally, since those old times, and is proportionately less desirable for quiet people who have no flounces and do not subscribe to new churches. Tenby looks insignificant in picturesqueness after Ilfracombe, but the two objects that drew us hither, zoology and health, will flourish none the worse for the absence of tall precipices and many tinted rocks. The air is delicious, soft, but not sultry, and the sands and bathings such as are to be found nowhere else. St. Catherine's Rock, with its caverns, is our paradise. We go there with baskets, hammers and chisels, and jars and files, and come home laden with spoils. Altogether, we are contented to have been driven away from Ilfracombe by the cold wind, since a new place is new experience, and Mr. Lewis has never been here before. To me there is the additional pleasure, half melancholy, of recalling all the old impressions and comparing them with the new. I understand your wish to have as much of Rose Hill as possible this year, and I am so glad that you will associate a visit from Herbert Spencer with this last summer. I suppose he is with you now. If so, give him my very evil regards, and tell him that because he has not written to us we will diligently not tell him a great many things he would have liked to know. We have a project of going into St. Catherine's Caverns with lanterns, some night when the tide is low, about 11, for the sake of seeing the zoophytes preparing for their midnight revels. The Actinii, like other belles, put on their best faces on such occasions. Two things we have lost by leaving Ilfracombe for which we have no compensation: the little zoological curate, Mr. Tugwell, who is really one of the best specimens of the clergyman species I have seen, and the pleasure of having Miss Barbara Smith there for a week, sketching the rocks, and putting our love of them into the tangible form of a picture. We are looking out now for Mr. Piggott in his yacht, and his amiable face will make an agreeable variety on the sands. I thought Walden, 52, you mean Life in the Woods, don't you, a charming book, from its freshness and sincerity as well as for its bits of description. It is pleasant to think that Harriet Martineau can make so much of her last days. Her energy and her habit of useful work are admirable. During the stay at Ilfracombe and Tenby not much literary work was done, except the articles on Young and on Reel's book. There was a notice of Masson's essays and the belles lettres section for the July number of the Westminster, and a review for the Leader. There is mention, too, of the reading of Beaumarchais' memoirs, Milne Edwards's zoology, Harvey's seaside book, and Coriolanus, and then comes this significant sentence in her journal, 1856. The 20th of July, 1856. The fortnight has slipped away without my being able to show much result for it. I have written a review of The Lover's Seat and jotted down some recollections of Ilfracombe. Besides these trifles, and the introduction to an article already written, I have done no visible work. But I have absorbed many ideas and much bodily strength. Indeed, I do not remember ever feeling so strong in mind and body as I feel at this moment. On Saturday, the 12th, Barbara Smith arrived, and stayed here till Wednesday morning. We enjoyed her society very much, but were deeply touched to see that 3 years had made her so much older and sadder. Her activity for great objects is admirable, and contact with her is a fresh inspiration to work while it is day. We have now taken up quatrefages again. The memoirs of Beaumarchais yielded me little fruit. Mr. Chapman invites me to contribute to the Westminster for this quarter. I am anxious to begin my fiction writing, and so am not inclined to undertake an article that will give me much trouble, but, at all events, I will finish my article on Young. July 21. We had a delightful walk on the North Sands, and hunted with success. A sunny, happy day. Letter to Miss Sarah Hennell, the 29th of July, 1856. Glad to hear at last some news of your essay, hoping to hear more and better by and by. I didn't like to think that your labor would be thrown away, except so far as it must do good to yourself by clearing up your ideas. Not that your ideas were muddy, but the last degree of clearness can only come by writing. Mr. Piggott is with us just now, and we are meditating a nocturnal visit to St. Catherine's Caves with him. Our visit to Tenby has been very useful zoologically, but we are not otherwise greatly in love with the place. It seems tame and vulgar after Ilfracombe. Letter to Charles Bray, the 6th of August, 1856. Thank you for your kind note, 53, so like yourself. Such things encourage me, and help me to do better. I never think what I write is good for anything till other people tell me so, and even then it always seems to me as if I should never write anything else worth reading. Ah, how much good we may do each other by a few friendly words, and the opportunities for them are so much more frequent than for friendly deeds. We want people to feel with us more than to act for us. Mr. Lewis sends his kind regards to you. He, too, was very pleased with your letter, for he cares more about getting approbation for me than for himself. He can do very well without it. On the 8th of August they left Tenby, and on 9th arrived at Richmond with terrible headache, but enjoyed the sense of being at home again. On the 18th, walked in Kew Park, and talked with G of my novel. Finished Caesar Byreto aloud. On the 25th of August Mr. Lewis set off for Hove while, near Bern, taking his two eldest boys, Charles and Thornton, to place them at school there. He returned on the 4th of September, and in his absence George Eliot had been busy with her article on silly novels by lady novelists. This was finished on the 12th of September, and on the 19th she sent off the belles lettres section for the October number of the Westminster. We have now arrived at the period of the new birth, and, fortunately, in the following memorandum, we have George Eliot's own words as to how it came about, how I came to write fiction. September 1856 made a new era in my life, for it was then I began to write fiction. It had always been a vague dream of mine that some time or other I might write a novel, and my shadowy conception of what the novel was to be, varied, of course, from one epoch of my life to another. But I never went further towards the actual writing of the novel than an introductory chapter describing a Staffordshire village and the life of the neighbouring farmhouses, and as the years passed on I lost any hope that I should ever be able to write a novel, just as I desponded about everything else in my future life. I always thought I was deficient in dramatic power, both of construction and dialogue, but I felt I should be at my ease in the descriptive parts of a novel. My introductory chapter was pure description, though there were good materials in it for dramatic presentation. It happened to be among the papers I had with me in Germany, and one evening at Berlin something led me to read it to George. He was struck with it as a bit of concrete description, and it suggested to him the possibility of my being able to write a novel, though he distrusted, indeed, disbelieved in, my possession of any dramatic power. Still, he began to think that I might as well try some time what I could do in fiction, and by, when we came back to England, and I had greater success than he ever expected in other kinds of writing, his impression that it was worthwhile to see how far my mental power would go towards the production of a novel, was strengthened. He began to say very positively, "You must try and write a story," and when we were at 10b he urged me to begin at once. I deferred it, however, after my usual fashion with work that does not present itself as an absolute duty. But one morning, as I was thinking what should be the subject of my first story, my thoughts merged themselves into a dreamy doze, and I imagined myself writing a story, of which the title was The Sad Fortunes of the Reverend Amos Barton. I was soon wide awake again and told G. He said, "Oh, what a capital title," and from that time I had settled in my mind that this should be my first story. George used to say, "It may be a failure, it may be that you are unable to write fiction. Or, perhaps, it may be just good enough to warrant your trying again. Again, you may write a chef d'oeuvre at once, there's no telling." But his prevalent impression was, that though I could hardly write a poor novel, my effort would want the highest quality of fiction, dramatic presentation. He used to say, "You have wit, description, and philosophy, those go a good way towards the production of a novel. It is worthwhile for you to try the experiment." We determined that if my story turned out good enough we would send it to Blackwood, but G thought the more probable result was that I should have to lay it aside and try again. But when we returned to Richmond I had to write my article on silly novels and my review of contemporary literature for the Westminster, so that I did not begin my story till the 22nd of September. After I had begun it, as we were walking in the park, I mentioned to G that I had thought of the plan of writing a series of stories, containing sketches drawn from my own observation of the clergy, and calling them Scenes from Clerical Life, opening with Amos Barton. He at once accepted the notion as a good one, fresh and striking, and about a week afterwards, when I read him the first part of Amos, he had no longer any doubt about my ability to carry out the plan. The scene at Cross Farm, he said, satisfied him that I had the very element he had been doubtful about. It was clear I could write good dialogue. There still remained the question whether I could command any pathos, and that was to be decided by the mode in which I treated Milly's death. One night G went to town on purpose to leave me a quiet evening for writing it. I wrote the chapter from the news brought by the shepherd to Mrs. Hackett, to the moment when Amos is dragged from the bedside, and I read it to G when he came home. We both cried over it, and then he came up to me and kissed me, saying, "I think your pathos is better than your fun." The story of the sad fortunes of Amos Barton was begun on 22 September and finished on the 5th of November, and I subjoin the opening correspondence between Mr. Lewis and Mr. John Blackwood, to exhibit the first effect it produced. Letter from G. H. Lewis, to John Blackwood, the 6th of November, 1856. I trouble you with a MS of sketches of clerical life which was submitted to me by a friend who desired my good offices with you. It goes by this post. I confess that before reading the MS I had considerable doubts of my friend's powers as a writer of fiction, but, after reading it, these doubts were changed into very high admiration. I don't know what you will think of the story, but, according to my judgment, such humor, pathos, vivid presentation, and nice observation have not been exhibited, in this style, since The Vicar of Wakefield, and, in consequence of that opinion, I feel quite pleased in negotiating the matter with you. This is what I am commissioned to say to you about the proposed series. It will consist of tales and sketches illustrative of the actual life of our country clergy about a quarter of a century ago, but solely in its human, and not at all in its theological aspects, the object being to do what has never yet been done in our literature, for we have had abundant religious stories, polemical and doctrinal, but since The Vicar and Miss Austen, no stories representing the clergy like every other class, with the humours, sorrows, and troubles of other men. He begged me particularly to add, that, as the specimens sent will sufficiently prove, the tone throughout will be sympathetic, and not at all antagonistic. Some of these, if not all, you may think suitable for Maga. If any are sent of which you do not approve, or which you do not think sufficiently interesting, these he will reserve for the separate republication, and for this purpose he wishes to retain the copyright. Should you only print one or two, he will be well satisfied, and still better, if you should think well enough of the series to undertake the separate republication. Letter from John Blackwood, to G. H. Lewis, the 12th of November, 1856. I am happy to say that I think your friend's reminiscences of clerical life will do. If there is any more of the series written, I should like to see it, as, until I saw more, I could not make any decided proposition for the publication of the tales, in whole or in part, in the magazine. This first specimen, Amos Barton, is unquestionably very pleasant reading. Perhaps the author falls into the error of trying too much to explain the characters of his actors by description instead of allowing them to evolve in the action of the story, but the descriptions are very humorous and good. The death of Milly is powerfully done, and affected me much. I am not sure whether he does not spoil it a little by specifying so minutely the different children and their names. The wind-up is perhaps the lamest part of the story, and there, too, I think the defect is caused by the specifications as to the fortunes of parties of whom the reader has no previous knowledge, and cannot, consequently, feel much interest. At first, I was afraid that in the amusing reminiscences of childhood in church there was a want of some softening touch, such as the remembrance of a father or mother lends, in after years, to what was at the time considerable penance. I hate anything of a sneer at real religious feeling as cordially as I despise anything like cant. And I should think this author is of the same way of thinking, although his clergymen, with one exception, are not very attractive specimens of the body. The revulsion of feeling towards poor Amos is capitally drawn, although the asinine stupidity of his conduct about the Countess had disposed one to kick him. I dare say I shall have a more decided opinion as to the merits of the story when I have looked at it again and thought over it, but in the meantime I am sure that there is a happy turn of expression throughout, also much humor and pathos. If the author is a new writer, I beg to congratulate him on being worthy of the honors of print and pay. I shall be very glad to hear from you or him soon. Letter from G. H. Lewis to John Blackwood, Saturday, November, 1856. I have communicated your letter to my clerical friend, who, though somewhat discouraged by it, has taken my advice, and will submit the second story to you when it is written. At present he has only written what he sent you. His avocations, he informs me, will prevent his setting to work for the next 3 weeks or so, but as soon as he is at liberty he will begin. I rate the story much higher than you appear to do, from certain expressions in your note, though you too appreciate the humor and pathos and the happy turn of expression. It struck me as being fresher than any story I have read for a long while, and as exhibiting, in a high degree, that faculty which I find to be the rarest of all, viz., the dramatic ventriloquism. At the same time I told him that I thoroughly understood your editorial caution in not accepting from an unknown hand a series on the strength of one specimen. Letter from John Blackwood to G. H. Lewis, the 18th of November, 1856. I was very far from intending that my letter should convey anything like disappointment to your friend. On the contrary, I thought the tale very good, and intended to convey as much. but I dare say I expressed myself coolly enough. Criticism would assume a much soberer tone were critics compelled seriously to act whenever they expressed an opinion. Although not much given to hesitate about anything, I always think twice before I put the decisive mark in type for the magazine on any MS from a stranger. Fancy the intense annoyance, to say nothing of more serious considerations, of publishing, month after month, a series about which the conviction gradually forces itself on you that you have made a total blunder. I am sorry that the author has no more written, but if he cares much about a speedy appearance, I have so high an opinion of this first tale that I will waive my objections, and publish it without seeing more, not, of course, committing myself to go on with the other tales of the series unless I approved of them. I am very sanguine that I will approve, as, in addition to the other merits of Amos, I agree with you that there is great freshness of style. If you think also that it would stimulate the author to go on with the other tales with more spirit, I will publish Amos at once. He could divide into 2 parts. I am blocked up for December, but I could start him in January. I am glad to hear that your friend is, as I supposed, a clergyman. Such a subject is best in clerical hands, and some of the pleasantest and least prejudiced correspondents I have ever had are English clergymen. I have not read Amos Barton a second time, but the impression on my mind of the whole character, incidents, and feeling of the story is very distinct, which is an excellent sign. Letter from G. H. Lewis to John Blackwood, Saturday, November, 1856. Your letter has greatly restored the shaken confidence of my friend, who is unusually sensitive, and, unlike most writers, is more anxious about excellence than about appearing in print, as his waiting so long before taking the venture proves. He is consequently afraid of failure, though not afraid of obscurity, and by failure he would understand that which I suspect most writers would be apt to consider as success, so high is his ambition. I tell you this that you may understand the sort of shy, shrinking, ambitious nature you have to deal with. I tried to persuade him that you really did appreciate his story, but were only hesitating about committing yourself to a series, and your last letter has proved me to have been right, although, as he never contemplated binding you to the publication of any portion of the series to which you might object, he could not at first see your position in its true light. All is, however, clear now. He will be gratified if you publish Amos Barton in January, as it will give him ample time to get the second story ready, so as to appear when Barton is finished, should you wish it. He is anxious, however, that you should publish the general title of Scenes of Clerical Life, and I think you may do this with perfect safety, since it is quite clear that the writer of Amos Barton is capable of writing at least one more story suitable to Magga, and 2 would suffice to justify the general title. Let me not forget to add that when I referred to my clerical friend I meant to designate the writer of the clerical stories, not that he was a clericus. I am not at liberty to remove the veil of anonymity, even as regards social position. Be pleased, therefore, to keep the whole secret, and not even mention my negotiation, or in any way lead guesses. Should anyone trouble himself with such a guess, not very likely, to jump from me to my friend. On Christmas Day, 1856, Mr. Gilfil's love story was begun, and during December and January the following are mentioned among the books read: The Ajax of Sophocles, Miss Martineau's History of the Peace, Macaulay's History finished, Carlyle's French Revolution, Burke's Reflections on the French Revolution, and Mansfield Park. Letter from John Blackwood to the author of Amos Barton, the 29th of December, 1856. Along with this I send a copy of the January number of the magazine, in which you will find the first part of Amos Barton. It gives me very great pleasure to begin the number with Amos, and I put him in that position because his merits well entitle him to it, and also because it is a vital point to attract public attention to the first part of a series, to which end being the first article of the first number of the year may contribute. I have already expressed to our friend Mr. Lewis the very high opinion I entertain of Amos and the expectations I have formed of the series, should his successors prove equal to him, which I fully anticipate. It is a long time since I have read anything so fresh, so humorous, and so touching. The style is capital, conveying so much in so few words. Those who have seen the tale here are chiefly members of my own family, and they are all enthusiastic in praise. You may recollect that I expressed a fear that in the affecting and highly wrought scene of poor Milly's death, the attempt to individualize the children by reiterating their names weakened the effect, as the reader had not been prepared to care for them individually, but simply as a group, the children of Milly and the sorrow-stricken curate. My brother says, no. Do not advise the author to touch anything so exquisite. Of course you are the best judge. I now send proof of the conclusion of Amos, in acknowledgment of which, and of the first part, I have the pleasure of enclosing a cheque for £52 10s. 50 guineas. If the series goes on as I anticipate, there is every prospect that a republication as a separate book, at some time or other, will be advisable. We would look upon such republication as a joint property, and would either give you a sum for your interest in it, or publish on the terms of 1/2 of the clear profits, to be divided between author and publisher, as might be most agreeable to you. I shall be very glad to hear from you, either direct or through Mr. Lewis, and any intelligence that the successors of Amos are taking form and substance will be very acceptable. I shall let you know what the other contributors and the public think of Amos as far as I can gather a verdict, but in the meantime I may congratulate you on having achieved a preliminary success at all events. Letter from the author of Amos Barton to John Blackwood, January, 1857. Your letter has proved to me that the generous editor and publisher, generous both in word and in deed, who makes the author's path smooth and easy, is something more than a pleasant tradition. I am very sensitive to the merits of cheques for 50 guineas, but I am still more sensitive to that cordial appreciation which is a guarantee to me that my work was worth doing for its own sake. If the scenes of clerical life should be republished, I have no doubt we shall find it easy to arrange the terms. In the meantime, the most pressing business is to make them worth republishing. I think the particularization of the children in the deathbed scene has an important effect on the imagination. But I have removed all names from the conclusion except those of Patty and Dickie, in whom, I hope, the reader has a personal interest. I hope to send you the second story by the beginning of February. It will lie, for the most part, among quite different scenes and persons from the last, opening in Shepperton once more, but presently moving away to a distant spot and new people, whom, I hope, you will not like less than Amos and his friends. But if any one of the succeeding stories should seem to you unsuitable to the pages of Magga, it can be reserved for publication in the future volume, without creating any difficulty. Thank you very warmly for the hearty acceptance you have given to my first story. Journal, 1857. The first part of Amos Barton appeared in the January number of Blackwood. Before the appearance of the magazine, on sending me the proof, Mr. John Blackwood already expressed himself with much greater warmth of admiration, and when the first part had appeared he sent me a charming letter, with a cheque for 50 guineas. And a proposal about republication of the series. When the story was concluded he wrote me word how Albert Smith had sent him a letter saying he had never read anything that affected him more than Milly's death, and, added Blackwood, the men at the club seem to have mingled their tears and their tumblers together. It will be curious if you should be a member and be hearing your own praises. There was clearly no suspicion that I was a woman. It is interesting, as an indication of the value there is in such conjectural criticism generally, to remember that when G read the first part of Amos to a party at Helps's, they were all sure I was a clergyman, a Cambridge man. Blackwood seemed curious about the author, and, when I signed my letter, George Eliot hunted up some old letters from Eliot Warburton's brother to compare the handwritings, though, he said, Amos seems to me not in the least like what that good artilleryman would write. Letter to John Blackwood, the 4th of February, 1857. Thank you for fulfilling your promise to let me know something of the criticisms passed on my story. I have a very moderate respect for opinions of the press, but the private opinions of intelligent people may be valuable to me. In reference to artistic presentation, much adverse opinion will, of course, arise from a dislike to the order of art rather than from a critical estimate of the execution. Anyone who detests the Dutch school in general will hardly appreciate fairly the merits of a particular Dutch painting. And against this sort of condemnation one must steel oneself as one best can. But objections which point out to me any vice of manner, or any failure in producing an intended effect, will be really profitable. For example, I suppose my scientific illustrations must be at fault, since they seem to have obtruded themselves disagreeably on one of my readers. But if it be a sin to be at once a man of science and a writer of fiction, I can declare my perfect innocence on that head, my scientific knowledge being as superficial as that of the most practiced writers. I hope to send you a second story in a few days, but I am rather behindhand this time, having been prevented from setting to work for some weeks by other business. Whatever may be the success of my stories, I shall be resolute in preserving my incognito, having observed that a nom de plume secures all the advantages without the disagreeables of reputation. Perhaps, therefore, it will be well to give you my prospective name, as a tub to throw to the whale in case of curious inquiries, and accordingly I subscribe myself, best and most sympathizing of editors, yours very truly, George Eliot. I may mention here that my wife told me the reason she fixed on this name was that George was Mr. Lewis's Christian name, and Eliot was a good, mouth-filling, easily pronounced word. Letter to John Blackwood, the 18th of February, 1857. First let me thank you very heartily for your letter of the 10th. Accept your own very cordial appreciation, which is so much beyond a mere official acceptance, that little fact about Albert Smith has gratified me more than anything else in connection with the effect of Amos. If you should happen to hear an opinion from Thackeray, good or bad, I should like to know it. You will see that I have availed myself of your suggestions on points of language. I quite recognize the justice of your criticisms on the French phrases. They are not in keeping with my story. But I am unable to alter anything in relation to the delineation or development of character, as my stories always grow out of my psychological conception of the dramatis personae. For example, the behavior of Caterina in the gallery is essential to my conception of her nature, and to the development of that nature in the plot. My artistic bent is directed not at all to the presentation of eminently irreproachable characters, but to the presentation of mixed human beings in such a way as to call forth tolerant judgment, pity, and sympathy. And I cannot stir a step aside from what I feel to be true in character. If anything strikes you as untrue to human nature in my delineations, I shall be very glad if you will point it out to me, that I may reconsider the matter. But, alas! Inconsistencies and weaknesses are not untrue. I hope that your doubts about the plot will be removed by the further development of the story. Meanwhile, warmest thanks for encouraging